Are we set up now, Alan? I see something on the
It's
screen
gonna
up
get it on the
there.
website. It's gonna get it on
All right,
the
Dr. Johnson, we're live streaming.
We're live stream. Thank you so much.
Dr. Johnson? Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Just wanted to make sure that it was on the website. Thank you so much.
I think that everything is streaming on the website now. Dr. Collada, would you call the roll and give us our other information
Yes, sir.
that the public needs?
All right, Dr. Weather,
Here.
Dr. Johnson,
Here.
Dr. Horton,
Here.
Dr. Batson. Dr. Batson. Dr. Thomas,
Here.
Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark,
Here, having computer problems.
Ms. Sport,
Here.
Dr. Valentine,
Here.
Dr. O'Neill. Here. Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor. Mr. President, you have 8 of 10, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. If you would inform the public now what we need to let them know.
I'd like to confirm for all of you that the YouTube link has been posted to the website and the meeting is being live streamed. I would advise the public that any comments can be mailed to the board before, during, and after the meeting by sending an email to publiccomment@lsbme.la.gov. All public comments are recognized and kept. I want to remind the members and staff to please respect the order of the meeting by using the hand raise function to be recognized to speak. We have verified the identity of everyone on the meeting at this time and all tele and video communication participants. Alan, please confirm that the meeting is clear and audible to the public and to those of tele and video conference.
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you very much, both of y'all. Now we'll have as customary a moment of silence for those who have been lost to the epidemic. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the board for bearing with us during these times as well with the Zoom situation that we're using for our meetings. The first order would be the approval of the minutes. Would you take a moment to take a look at the minutes? Does anybody have any additions, subtractions, supplementations to the minutes? Dr. Hort, do you?
Got a hand up, Ms.
We
Porter.
do have a hand up. Let's see, that would be who, Ms. Ford?
Hi, good morning, everyone. One thing is that the Domestic Violence Commission, where we're looking for a pathologist to serve on that board, is properly named the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Panel. So it's not the state commission. I just wanted to make that clear. That's why we need a pathologist. The other thing is that under the rules, we're saying at the end of a number of the rules that the proposed rule is attached or see attached. And I think that's just a carryover from what was in the agenda for our use. And those rules are not attached. So that's important. And then one substantive change that I would like to make is that when we discuss the breast cancer alternatives, treatment alternatives brochure, that I voiced my support for keeping before and after photos of breast cancer patients in the brochure after they've had mastectomies and before reconstruction and then after reconstruction. Those are the only changes that I would like to make to the minutes.
Mary, did you get those that Kim had suggested?
Yes, yes, sir, I did. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, very good. Then I will accept a motion to accept the minutes as amended.
So moved, Clark.
Second, Dr. Horton. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are now approved as amended. We'll move on now to new business. We have, you had some information supplied to you by Ms. Ford that had to do with what we had in our office, a memorandum on the duty to report with some studies as well. I believe some papers perhaps. I hope everybody received all of those at least over the weekend. And we will discuss that. Now, Kim, I'll give you the floor on that for the moment, and then we'll see what else.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I have noticed, and I mentioned this in a prior board meeting, that Louisiana has a statute which requires hospitals to report to the board any instances of adverse action taken in impairment cases. However, we don't have a duty to report by hospitals for adverse actions taken for anything else, such as unprofessional conduct. I did a quick study of what other states have been doing, and it seems like the vast majority, and I mean the vast majority, have taken steps to make sure that the loopholes which are contained in the NPDB are covered by state legislative actions or in their own rules. And just to give you a couple of examples, because I know that we have a rather lengthy agenda. I want to show you that, for instance, in Alabama, there is a duty to report any disciplinary action taken against any physician regarding professional ethics, negligence, incompetence in the practice of medicine, moral turpitude, sexual misconduct, abusive or destructive behavior, or drug or alcohol abuse. The disciplinary action taken by the hospital should include termination, revocation, probation, restriction, denial, failure to renew, suspension, reduction, or resignation of hospital privileges for any of the above reasons. The report to the board ought to be in writing and made within 30 days of the initial action. There's a civil monetary penalty involved for failure to report in the amount of $2,500 for each violation. So that's just one example. And I have examples from California, Nevada, Maine, Ohio, Iowa, Arkansas, Minnesota, and New York. I did not research every single state, but I did receive a report which shows that just about every single state in the nation does have a hospital duty report to the board. As you may know, under the rules regarding the NPDB, there is no duty to report to the NPDB by the hospital if a physician is suspended or duties are curtailed for less than 30 days. And so these states have promulgated these laws and rules to get around that. Also, there's something called the corporate loophole in the NPDB, where if a physician is removed from a complaint, a lawsuit made against both the hospital and the physician at the same time, but the physician is removed before that lawsuit is settled, and there's no mention of the physician's name in the settlement agreement, that also does not have to be reported to the NPDB. There are a number of loopholes that we could address, and I think that it is important that we take corrective actions to address a lack of reporting by healthcare entities or hospitals of both impairment, which we have now, and misconduct to protect the public. I think that we, as the agency who are in charge of protecting the public, should lead this effort. And I would like to ask Dr. Johnson that you assign a committee or board members and or staff to look into this very important topic, because we have gotten to a point where I think that many egregious actions are being perpetrated by physicians in the workplace. And we all know that this is where they are going to occur. And we cannot continue to rely solely on the patients or a patient's representative to bring those acts of misconduct to us. I think there's an opportunity for us to fix the Louisiana rule regarding hospital reporting in the 2022 legislative session, since we already have the rule regarding impairment. And I would just like to see it studied and with a recommendation to come to the board. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Once again, it's a very good work. This is a discussion that absolutely has to be had, I'm sure, throughout the country and all the states as to what best practices are, what we should be doing as far as reporting. So with that in mind, and having discussed this to some degree, I would like to appoint, I guess we would say, a task force, which would be led, if you would, Vincent, by the executive officer, if you feel like you can, and of course, Dr. Creswell will be on that along with our legal staff. I think since Ms. Ford has been involved at this point, she would be a good point person, a lay person in particular, and an attorney that would be helpful. And then you would report to me, and then I would disseminate whatever to the board. This needs to be based on best practices and what we feel Louisiana's needs in the protection of our citizenry, as well as our licensees, in what would be a reasonable, any changes, supplements, or whatever. So if you, and feel free to use the legal staff and anyone else that you need in order to get back to us in a reasonable amount of time. And it does not have to be at the board meeting. You can communicate to me when you have something substantive, so that if we feel the need, if we have enough information that we need to in any way change anything to do with the legislative process, that we would have some time to do that this session. That may be a little optimistic to say the least. Sorry, we had some feedback, but anyway, that
Turn off your volume.
that's what we would like to do on that, and I'd appreciate you setting that up with Dr. Creswell, the legal staff, and Ms. Ford. Okay, moving forward then to rulings and advisory opinions. I believe that's you, Dr. Collada, on chemotherapy compounding being part of it.
Yes. We had a request for delegation of the compounding of the chemotherapy products. And we reviewed statutes, regulations, and issues relative to the compounding of drugs in the office and what can be delegated. It's the feeling of our staff that and after they're doing their research, that medical assistants and CMA should not be able to do this. And it should be anybody who is qualified by the Board of Pharmacy to do it. And so we put that letter together, and I would ask your approval. Basically, the bottom line is it's unlawful for any individual to assist in the practice of pharmacy unless currently registered and certified by the Board of Pharmacy. And while we have some axiomatic, frequently asked questions, we feel this is the best way to do it. And we would like your support and approval to send this letter out.
Do you need a vote on that, Betsy?
Don't need a voice vote, just a majority vote.
Just a voice vote is
Voice vote,
fine.
no roll call needed.
Can I have a motion to approve the letter that Dr. Collada has described?
So moved,
Uh,
Thomas.
Dr. Horton and makes the motion, and Dr. Thomas, I believe, seconds. All in approval? Say yay.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Any opposed? Hearing none, then go forward with that, Vincent.
Okay.
Anything else in the advisory opinions and rulings?
No.
That's it?
That's it, sir.
Very good. We'll move on then to my report. Several meetings and whatnot in the last month or so. I met a couple of times, and of course, Dr. Collada has been much more depth with it as well, with the deans and chancellors of the medical schools, the health sciences centers. As you know, they had brought to us what I'd say 18 months ago
18 months.
to Dr. Clark and Dr. Collada about the problems with unmatched graduates, of course. I think it would be accurate to say that we are making progress with these discussions. And it's our hope that we may, together with this group, reach a consensus, which is very necessary to be based on the broadest possible basis, Vincent. They are willing to participate in an ongoing, very somewhat rigorous, I would say, educational process for these young people who unfortunately do not match during a year where they would be here. And of course, what our concern is what can we do with them as far as a licensure situation to give them a year here that they would further their education in hopes of being able to match at the earliest possible moment. Vincent, just quickly give us, I know these are ongoing. We have to have the complete buy-in by the schools to help us with this. Otherwise, it's no reason to proceed. Where are we quickly, and any questions from our board?
Well, just to bring you up to speed, we have a full proposal that goes to ultimate licensing, and we have a plan of just a one-year trial plan. And after discussion with multiple meetings with the dean, while they like the deans, they like the idea, and some would push for the full plan. They want to start out with 1 year at a time, and basically what we would do is give them a permit for 1 year to train both didactically through the medical schools who have allowed us to have support in a number of ways. We had set up a group of preceptors in the medical schools. Tulane has generously volunteered to do teaching the teachers to teach them how to be good preceptors.
All board
All would
certified.
have to be on board certified in internal medicine or family practice. And at the end of the year, they would have to have gotten at least 50 hours of AMA credits, attended these remote lectures that the various programs have available to them, or will make available to them, and then try to match again. Now, in this initial proposal, for 1 year, if they don't match at the end of the year, we're done with them. We start over again with the next crowd of unmatched residents. But we would only offer this for 1 year as an opportunity to get them to match. Some of the, at least two of the schools wanted to press on with the full program, but all agreed probably best to start with the single 1 year and see what happens.
We're also gathering information year to year as to how many,
Yes,
for instance, in March of this coming year, don't match. That would be the first group that would have some opportunity, if they wish,
yes,
to participate in something that we do not have completed yet, but may have. And then we would see how many, at a year following that, the following March, how many of those individuals would match on the second try.
well,
And that's where would be, where the rubber really meets the road.
we have
at
no
that
provision
point.
for the second
We
year
have
at all.
nothing at that, because we have no information on how many even people we're talking about. So we're taking it one small step at a time. And I'm would you say, wouldn't this be accurate that the medical schools have been very helpful and collegial in this with us?
Oh, yes, it's interesting. We get all four representatives of all four medical schools. They are passionate about it as a problem. Just to give you some simple statistical information, at the present time, there are 2 applicants that basically apply for every spot. So you have twice as many applicants than we have spots roughly at this time. And as people come from out of the country, within the country, and foreign medical graduates and all those kind of things. I think that they recognize that the problem is going to get worse and not better because there is no money for GME. And so I think they want to address the problem, but no, everybody's afraid to start with any kind of plan to formal licensure at the beginning, except 2 schools. 2 schools want to press on with that, but 2 schools want it. So I think the overall opinion, and everybody agreed to support us if we put together a permit process for this first year.
1 year only. So that's where we are with that. It's ongoing, and we will keep you informed day to day on that as well. We also met with a Senate committee. I forgot exactly which resolution number it was.
SR
Vincent.
184, sir.
SR 184 has to do with our PA licensees and some of their questions. We met with I was on that committee as a representative of the governor, but I must say Dr. Collada and Dr. Creswell did an excellent job of witnessing and answering questions for the committee and the public during that one meeting. We do not have a formal report on that yet, but Dr. Creswell and Dr. Collada have made themselves available to the PAs or to our licensees to work with them in any way that is practical and purposeful in order to answer questions or work their way through anything that's the least bit gray as to what their license allows them to do and so forth. Vincent or Dr. Creswell, would y'all like to comment on that? Anything further? Have you met with them again, Vincent, I believe, one time, the PAs?
I'm sorry, Dr. O'Neill has been having his hand raised.
Yeah, just questions. This is a 1-year preceptorship, so there's no salary involved. So these kids are coming out in debt with no income.
Well, there is the potential for salary. They can be paid
Okay,
because of their permit, they will be able to charge. The question is, will the preceptor pay them out of what they charge? And I think that's the kind of things we got to work out. We got to get together. I think that this can be done all by rule without any other going to the legislature except for the normal approval of rules. And quite frankly, under the current emergency declaration, we have the power to set up the permit right now and get it rolling and then process the rules for it along the way. But again, I think if we look at it as a 1-year pilot program, they can get paid, but it's going to be between them and the preceptor as to how much.
okay. And so that's a little bit different than what initially was talked about. So what kind of numbers, do you have a total number unmatched last year? I'm guessing it's close to 100.
The total number that I was able to glean from everybody was 13.
Well, that's all. Okay, good. And that number they expect to trend up significantly over the next couple of years.
Yeah, because I guess we believe it will, because right
it's
now
going to.
in
It's
Louisiana, we're gonna graduate a whole new class right out of the DO
Yeah.
school in a year and a half.
Yeah, it's gonna be that, plus you got, there's all kinds of.
Dr.
Okay,
Valentine, is there any raise?
I'm just concerned. It could be perceived as indentured servitude if they don't have salary, which I'd be a little concerned about.
But we're making the option for them to get paid. I
I
can't
know.
decide.
I know. I'm just pointing that out. It's too bad that they didn't go along with the original plan for 4 or 5 years to be able to pass and all. Yeah. So, all right, thanks.
There's a lot of discussion that'll be going on the various nuances of this.
Yeah.
Some things seem simple. They aren't.
They aren't.
I can just tell you right now.
And
But,
getting all
this
the,
is something that bears watching and discussion. There's going to be a number of groups, the State Medical Society, a lot of folks involved and interested in what this recommendation may be. And then we'll go from there.
okay.
So Vincent, did you have the PAs?
Yes, sir,
What
we
you-
did. Dr. Valentine.
We'll go ahead with that.
We met with the PA Advisory Committee after the SR 184 committee was held. And we had some obvious business that needed to be conducted, but as part of the new business, I made it clear to them that we stand ready to negotiate and work with them to fix whatever problems they have. And the board would obviously amend the rules. They did not appear to want to do that. They said that they would, take it under advisement, is all they said. And they'd like to get back together. I advised them that we don't want to be the enemy or perceived as the enemy. We want to be responsive to their needs. And if they give us their needs, we'll work with them to see what we can do by rule to change it. And they just basically said they'd let us know. So I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Very good. Dr. Valentine, you had a question on either of these matters? Or a comment?
I'm off
Christie?
of mute. Yes. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. I
morning.
agree with Dr. O'Neill and really, but I definitely appreciate all the work around finding solutions for these doctors that have finished medical school, but aren't physicians because, they didn't have a license. And so having this pathway has been important. I know you remember Dr. Gary Wiltz, who really brought this to the board back in 2017 or 2018. He was working with a student in his office to just help him continue staying connected to medicine while he was trying to match. So if you're looking for preceptors or anyone to participate, I'm sure Dr. Wiltz would be very interested in this work. You'll remember he co-chaired the governor's healthcare committee when he first came on. So he'd be a great resource. He's very passionate about it, as am I. And I'd also like to offer any help that I could be in this area, because it is very important for Louisiana as well. Because, a lot of our doctors that train here stay here. So if we can make this pathway, it'll be great.
Can
Really
you
good.
spell that last name for us, please, ma'am?
The doctor you mentioned, Christie?
Gary Wiltz, WILTZ.
Well, thank you very
He
much
is
for those
over
comments.
Tesh Action, FQHC. And
All right, I'll
Tesh,
contact you later on after the
TECHE.
I'll contact you after the meeting. And again, I do think that this is the board's option. I know that some of you feel we shouldn't be leading to full licensure. I know it's controversial. I know people are concerned, but I think this is a 1-year try to see what happens. And if it's successful, it's successful. And if it's not, we can look at other things.
And since this is a national issue, it may be an opportunity to also connect with the FSMB and see if what they are suggesting or what they're doing to work in this space, because this is beyond Louisiana, so they may have some guidance as well.
There are now we have there are 6 states that are working on legislation for what is euphemistically termed assistant physicians. We kind of expanded our thoughts in the beginning to make this a critical need area. So we're going to call them critical need physicians, because the goal is to put them in areas where they need help for preceptorship as well as subsequent training and work after, if they do get a license. But nonetheless, I think the 1-year plan is the way that we can get complete support from the medical schools. And I think that's important, and we take it one step at a time.
Really appreciate everybody's help and understanding on this. This is, I couldn't agree more, very, very important. And we're going to try to be successful with something that's reasonable for the citizens of the state. And we'll keep you informed on this. Mary, you correct me if I'm wrong on this. I need to add 2, and I'll ask for a motion, maybe from Rita, a motion to discuss some personnel acquisition matters in executive session later on. And then I have one other that I'd like to discuss an overview of some security matters, which could potentially be sensitive, of course, as well. And I would like to have the approval of the board to add those in executive session. So should I take those separately, Mary, or?
So the personnel matter, I believe, is already under advice of counsel in executive session.
No,
I
it is
don't
not.
think so.
Okay. All right, then,
Rita, can you give me a motion on some personnel acquisition matters?
I would make a motion that we add the matter of personnel acquisition to the executive session.
All right, can I have a second on that?
Second
Second,
O'Neill.
Valentine.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Then that has to be by acclamation. That's good. Then the discussion of security, which we need to add as well. Rita, can I have that?
I would make the motion that we add the security matters in question to the executive session meeting.
Can I have a second on that?
Second, Weather.
Weather, thank you very much, Leonard.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Very good. I think that concludes my, let's see. I think that concludes my report. Any questions? We'll move on then to the Dr. Collada's Executive Director's report.
And I first want to thank Dr. Johnson because of Anna's family health issues. I was unable to get a written report to you all. I thank him for the graciousness to allow me to present this verbally. So in addition to what Dr. Johnson has already said, we have had since the last board meeting, a PA advisory committee meeting, which I alluded to. We've met with the respiratory therapists to address a number of their issues through their respiratory therapy committee, advisory committee. We've met with the CLP committee. We've had a meeting of the Genetic Counselors Advisory Committee, the Polysomnographic Technicians Committee, and the Occupational Therapist Committee. At the direction of Dr. Johnson, we are trying to schedule an athletic trainer advisory committee meeting, and we're working to do that. Since that last meeting, I attended the first organizational meeting of the Healthcare Workplace Violence Prevention Committee. And we've also begun to break out into subcommittees and start the work of that committee. And I am working with the Board of Nursing and some other interested parties on a subcommittee to make some recommendations to change laws, and we'll keep you posted on that at this time. Just so you'll know, this is a critical thing to many healthcare providers, not just physicians and nurses, but across the board, all the way down from our, nursing personnel, our aides, our orderlies, our laboratory technicians, our respiratory therapists, physical therapists in the hospital have all been encountering this, and there is a lot of difficulty that we have to address. And so I anticipate that this will be a lot of work to be done, but we continue to do that. And I think it's important we support it. The current president and the current executive director have been named by the IMLCC as commissioners to the IMLCC. And we will be meeting with them for their first meeting by virtual meeting, but ultimately those meetings may become in real time and in person, but it's still kind of split with the people at the IMLCC. I've talked to you about the Dean's meeting, and we've had the Office of Risk Management did visit our office and reviewed our security plan, and that's what we'll be talking about in executive session. I want to tell you that the engine has been replaced in the generator. It was running. It looks like it's having a few little glitches, but we plan a prolonged run test and power failure simulations once all of the things have been ironed out. And I want to remind all of you all that the Federation is coming to New Orleans in 2022. And if you need us to get you information about registering, please let us know. Please send me an email and I will make sure that you get whatever registration information you need. But the FSMB will be in New Orleans in 2022, and it's an opportunity for all of us to attend. I have really nothing else to report at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. Collada?
Hey, Van, what's the
Yes, sir.
date? What's the dates of the Federation?
I don't have them off the top of my head, but I'll send you, if you just send me an email and I'll get you all that information.
I think it's I'm pretty sure it's in February, so it's coming up.
It's April. April. I think it's 22nd.
Thank you. We need to have a good turnout for that. That'd be just a great opportunity for us. Alan, is there anything from the public, any comments on any of these, the business so far?
No, sir, not at this time.
Very good. Then we'll move on then to the financial report.
Good morning.
Mr. King.
Yeah, Mr. Kenya, good morning to
Yes,
you.
good morning. Good morning. I will get started. I'm not sure if it'll appear on the screen, but I have it up on my computer. So if you would like to just refer to the documents you have. The balance sheet is the first slide. It has the current assets of the organization as well as our property, equipment, and other assets. And the total value is $18,133,965.88. And the liabilities, short-term and long-term liabilities, along with our equity, is also equal to $18,133,965.88. Okay, next we'll move on to the budget versus actual. And you see our revenues. They reflect our total revenues as of October 31st, 2021 is $7,227,000. And our expenses,
Ms. Lakenya, we can hardly understand you, ma'am. Dr. Taylor has his hand up. If Freddie's around to help Ms. Lakenya, that would be nice.
and
Dr. Taylor,
our
you have a
salaries,
comment?
operating services, professional services.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody else had the same feedback problem I was.
Everybody's having it.
Yeah. Alan, we had quite a bit of feedback. We really can't make out these numbers. I mean, the verbal on the
Audio,
report
yeah.
right now. Y'all would help her.
Yes, sir. We'll put that on.
Give me
hold.
1 second.
JB, if you're available, go to help Ms. LaKenya, please.
Some people have not been able to learn that she's not allowed.
And it's still kind of not clear.
Not yet.
Okay.
It may be now, Lakenya.
Yeah, a little better.
Try it now.
All right, is that better?
No,
No.
No,
no.
Okay, give me one.
While she's working on it, can I go on and do something else?
yeah, why don't we come back to this after they get that fixed?
I'll move on to the future meeting dates. Does everybody have that available, Alan? If not, can y'all,
It's up on the screen.
I'm sorry.
I have a comment on that. Future meeting dates.
Yes, Dr. Ward.
Are you
Okay,
okay?
on
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
That's better, yeah.
That's better?
Dr.
Okay.
Thomas has his hand raised.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead with your report, LaKenya. That's great.
Okay. Okay, the budget versus actual. This is our budget versus actual for the 10-month period ending October 31st, 2021. Our total revenues was $7,207,427. And our total expenses were $6,803,511. And the net income as of October 31st is $403,916. And the next slide. Okay. And this
I'm
is,
sorry, let me interrupt because Dr. Thomas and Dr. Clark both raised their hands.
okay.
I'm sorry, mine was regarding the schedule of meetings for the next year. So I'll save it for that portion of the meeting.
Dr. Clark.
Dr. Clark, you're on mute, sir. We cannot hear you. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Just looking at, I am concerned about our total revenue versus our increasing expenses. And I'm looking at cost continuing to rise. And just as a question, and something for the board is, when will those lines cross from black into red? Do you have a prediction with that? Because I see that we're continuing giving, which is appropriate to give raises and et cetera. But is there any type of a budgetary plan going forward? I guess that includes Dr. Collada as well, as how we're going to manage the increasing costs over the next few years, because we have to go potentially to the legislature if we're going to have to get fee increases and et cetera. Not to trying to be Chicken Little here, but I'm seeing a significant rise in costs. Thank you.
Okay, one point of clarification. Some of the revenues are, the timing of the revenues will occur closer towards the end of the year when we do our renewals. But one thing we did try to do within the budget, because we are, the budget right now does show revenues being a source of, the reserves being a source of revenue of 1.2 million. And so that revenue of that's really not revenue, that's reserves from the previous year. So if you take out the 1.2 million out of the reserves for funds for operations, it would be more in line with where we are right now. Because if 1.2 million of the revenues that were budgeted last year, that's really not revenue, that's actually reserves. So if you back that out, your revenues would probably look, they'll pretty much be comparable to what they were last year. On the expenses, the overtime, we had overtime earned during Hurricane Ida, and we are trying to curtail that as well. So that cost should come down. And on the related benefits, what didn't happen last year was that, I think I may have mentioned it, we're recognizing the deferred comp, the matching of the contributions that the employees make. They make the contributions into the deferred comp, and we match it right now at 100%. And so that's being recorded real time now, as opposed to year end. And last year was recorded at the end of the year. It wasn't being reflected throughout the year. So that's another expense that we're recording on a monthly basis now, and not at the end of the year. So we do recognize that that could be an issue going forward. So my recommendation was to not allow the employer match until the employee has been with the organization for at least 1 year. So at least they are vested in the organization. And I did confirm with our deferred comp administrator that that is definitely allowable. So when you walk through the door, you're not immediately receiving 100% match from the organization. And so that's something that we are also trying to make sure we curtail. And some of the vacant positions that we have right now, a couple of those we are looking to possibly not fill at this time, in order to make sure that our expense, because most of your expenses are going to be in payroll and a couple of the contracts, but mostly it's payroll. So we're trying to look at open positions right now and seeing the need for filling, and as well as our legal expenses, finding ways to reduce our legal expenses through our contracts.
Dr. Taylor has his hand raised.
Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor.
And I can't hear if you're talking.
He is not.
Okay.
I had some of the same questions that Rod
Can you
brought up
hear me?
last night for Dr. Collada. And he assured me that we were about where we were last year. Is that correct, Vincent?
If you
When
make
you
the
total up
adjustments. that you can.
everything that Lavinia said.
And we have some plans we are in the process of looking at all of the fees. We know that the LLA wants us to collect all possible fees. We've already made the changeover on the credit card payments. That's going to save us some money. I've negotiated a deal for about 1,000 new licenses in a bulk, which is going to help us a great deal under the IMLCC. I think that we're looking for revenue enhancements. And before we go to the legislature for a request, we are looking at all ways to increase whatever fees we can without going to the legislature. And I think we've not done all that work yet, but for target date, I'd like to say we'll give you some information probably in March to let you know if we're going to need to actually go to the legislature the following year to get a fee increase. But I'd like to flush out every possible fee we can get and improve and enhance them wherever possible. We give away a number of things. I think it's time we start charging even some modest fees just to make sure we don't give away everything.
So there's a lot of things on the table. Dr. Taylor, are you on now?
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have a quote, page 76. Looks like there's I appreciate the love, but I don't think I'm that expensive.
Page 76.
Yes, it just has a list of board members and the authorized per diem rate per meeting and the prior amounts and the amounts that were dispersed to board members.
Ms. Lakini, you want to address that?
Okay, in 2020, let me just look. And which Dr. Taylor, in 2020, yes. It reflected 15,000, and you're saying that's incorrect for 2020 or 2021? That was the estimate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't receive anything near that amount of money.
Okay, I could go back to that year because I pulled this from the actual information from last year. But I could definitely verify that because those.
In fact, I don't offer reimbursement, so this needs to be. What does this number reflect?
This will reflect when the board members they get a per diem for each meeting, and some do submit, for payment, and some do not. So the actual may vary from each. For each board member, but I could definitely take a look at that and make sure it's accurate. And I can compare really to your W-2 that you received for 2020.
Yeah, this is Clark.
I did not submit any reimbursement for 2020.
This is
Okay.
Clark.
Dr. Weathers.
I think also I was going to bring up this issue. I can only recall once during the whole Zoom COVID as president that I put in for anything, and it was to cover some other expenses due to some hotel accommodations that I had made. And so I did not receive $1,800. If I did, I don't know about it. Okay. So I have to concur with as well with Dr. Taylor. I don't think that's accurate from my email.
Okay, I'll double check.
Kenya,
I'll
would you
verify.
go back through all of these on all of the board members once again, and then we will look into each and every one of them. I
Yeah, I'll
know
verify
some of us,
the W-2
and-
information.
And it's very important also that some of us, like Rita and I, for instance, that ours goes to portions of it go to LSU and then some to gas or whatever. I don't know how you tally the hotel room that we stay in when we come down, but however that is, it may need to be broken down into that. It would make people more comfortable as well. So if
Okay.
you'll get back to us on that, do it in depth of that. That's very sensitive to these board members who
I
are
sure will.
serving at their own time and expense to the greater good of the citizenry. Let's see.
Dr. Weather?
Who else do I have sport next. No, I have weather
Dr.
next.
Weather?
Okay, good morning. What I think, frankly, that my amount is probably correct, but I think there should be a policy or some way of being able to submit. I don't think that I've actually received any information as to submitting one, and then two, this really has to be cogently looked at because it does reflect on our W-2s. So all of us need to be getting that because, the tax man will be there if we are reporting what we're not getting or vice versa.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'll
Ms.
definitely verify that. Yeah.
Ms. Ford is next.
I just want to voice the same concern. I have $7,100 for 2020, and I just know that I did not submit any reimbursements. And if I don't think I did, then I'm sure I didn't report it to the IRS. So we need to get this straight. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you're welcome.
Dr. Thomas? Did Dr. Thomas already come in?
Yeah. No, so, and then while we're looking, can we also, I don't know why it says NA next to number of meetings estimated attended or whatever, but can we check on that as well?
Okay.
Ms. Ford, as the Secretary Treasurer, I would ask that you would work with Ms. LaKenya on this and try to make some further elucidation, shall we say, and including some categories of what would make up your $7,100. How was that arrived at?
I can't.
And for
Of
everybody.
course. Yes.
Yeah, as the Secretary Treasurer, if you would work with her on that, that would be helpful.
Ms. Collins, just
Okay,
call me.
so Ms. LaKenya, if you would continue, please.
Okay.
Dr. Valentine has her hand raised as well.
Dr. Valentine. Did we already get
Thank you
Christie?
very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I know this is live stream, but I know mine for a fact was $200 based on my W-2. And I don't think Dr. Batson is on, but he's relatively new, and I think his was $9,700. And so I think that there's probably a lot going on in this, Ms. Collins, and so appreciate you looking into it and just clarifying it, especially, just want to make sure it's properly reflected, not only for our taxes, but then also for the public. So thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
All right. Continue on with your report, Ms. LaKenya, please.
Okay. I think we discussed this one. I think we were on this one. Okay, thank you. This is our revenues for the 3-year period, looking at 2021, 2020, and 2019. It shows the revenues, 7.2 million. So we actually have our revenues currently exceed those from the prior year, but again, we used equity. We budgeted the reserves to make up revenue. So the revenues are really in line. The salaries, those have increased. And I know there are a few positions that have been created, the assistant DOI. So we have budgeted for that, and a couple of other positions that we still have vacant that have not been filled. The related benefits, again, that includes, I'm sorry, it's correct, okay. The related benefits, again, we're recording the deferred comp there, as well as the percentage of our health benefits have increased, and also the amount that we put into retirement that has increased as well. Next, we have that's the balance sheet as of October. Look like they are duplicated. And if you go to budget versus, we talked about that when we're ready. Okay, this is C-Lab, I'm sorry, C-Lab. Okay, our C-Lab, clinical lab, our budget versus actual. Those revenues should be coming in. So that's why it's not in alignment. You see 78,000 that we've actually received, and we're budgeted for 383,000. So that should be realized this month. And plus, this is through October, so November revenues are not here as well. Expenses, that's our salaries for the employees that are budgeted to this, to the clinical lab, and our other related expenses. So it shows a net loss at this time, but that amount, we're expecting it not to be a loss for C-Lab at the end of the year. Okay. The next slide.
I'd just like to add that none of the clinical laboratory people pay their fees until the end of the year. They all of them renew at the end of the year. So that's why all that money will come in at one time.
Okay. And here we have this is the three-year actual amounts for the 10 months ending October 31st. And you'll see 78,000 for 2021, the 96 for 2020, and 83 for 2019. And then we have our budget next. Okay, so the budget for C-Lab this is the proposed budget for 2022. Okay, thank you. The revenues are being projected at the same level, enforcement action. So our total means of financing, we're maintaining at the 383. And we did we had actual figures and just projected the last 2 months of November and December. Okay, you can scroll down. And these are our projected expenses for the year 2022. Salaries will be 149,591,000, and the increase is just attributed to the benefits. We are deferred comp, retirement, and plus the 4% increases are being projected for our civil service employees, and that's all dependent upon evaluations. But that's why you have the increase there, and also our benefits have gone up as far as our health insurance and our retirement contribution that we have to make to lasers. The next section is travel and operating services and supplies. Okay, you're going too fast. Can you go back up one? Thank you. On page 55. Okay, thank you. And these are our the remaining of our expenses that are being budgeted for clinical lab. We have the contract with LSU, Health Sciences Center, our CEU, and then in Lumen, the accounting auditing piece get allocated there, legal, as well as another one of our professional service contracts with Deaf Action. Okay. And we have 2 positions being allocated here, 2 classified positions, and then we have a student worker that kind of works on both C-Lab and LSBME. Okay. Okay, and this is the budget for LSBME, the proposed budget. And here we have our license and permits, fee renewals. We did increase that because of that we have additional revenues that will be coming in from MD Anderson, and we also have additional revenues from the compact licenses that we are projecting here. Our fines and penalties, slight increase from last year, interest income, and then our other miscellaneous revenues, continuing education has remained the same, and then we have our PHP and our reserves. So we're still, tried to ensure that we didn't use a significant amount of our reserves. We've been using about 1.2 million of our reserves for each year in order to balance the budget. This year, I didn't want to set it as high, so I scaled it back to 817 because at some point you will run into a deficit if you continue to use your reserves. So hopefully this should, based on what we projected, this should be sufficient in order to assist us with our operations. So our means of financing would be $10,210,303. And you can go on to the next page. Thank you. Okay. And these are our expenses, the projections for the next year. It does include positions for our assistant DOI, I think we had 2 attorneys that we are bringing on. So the fees have been, and the salaries have been adjusted for that, in addition to merit, cost of living adjustments that we get from civil service, that those have been projected there. Our compensation board members per diem, and then our related benefits now does include our deferred comp and matching contributions. And one thing also, for whatever the amount we have budgeted, that's what we have to stick to. So employees can choose to increase their match to deferred comp, but we're going to have to we won't be able to match that 100% every time they change their contributions upward. We have to go with the amounts that are budgeted. And so that's something that we're going to do, because we have been allowing, every time the employee has made a change, some increase it, we have continued to match that increase, but we're not going to be able to do that and really be sustain the organization. We have to freeze it based on what has been budgeted. And so the amounts that are here is what has been budgeted, and we will not be able to contribute in addition to those amounts if they choose to increase their deductions, their contributions throughout the year. And so that's something that we just got to hold fast to, because we can't sustain it. Travel, operating service and supplies, that's kind of consistent. For the next section, we have we budgeted for the audit. We're looking for an internal audit function as well. That would be 12,000. Our cleaning service, licensing software, our information system contracts, legal investigations. We scaled it back some, with the thoughts that we would have another legal staff member. So that way we won't have to continue to spend legal expenses at the same level, security and PHP. And then, I'm sorry, is that a question? Okay, and then next we have just the acquisitions and our repairs and major repairs and building improvements. So our total expenditures that we're projecting is 9.6 million. The number of classified staff is increased by 7 since last year. And that would bring the organization to a total of 63 positions and 55 as compared to the previous year. Okay, you can look at the summary of fund balance. And this is a projection. So our ending fund balance last year was $228,917, and that then becomes the beginning balance for the current year. And then looking at the revenues and expenditures, that amount then gets added, and you have the reservations of fund balance and then the unreserved. And that then that would then leave us with 1.6 million as our projected ending fund balance for 2022.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll.
Jacinta, if you would, please help Ms. Sport as well in evaluating all of this as we've done in the past with Ms. Rita while she was here, as far as the folks that are in particular working for someone else or representing another group that the payment would go to, like I suppose Dr. Batson as well, the LSU, so that that'll be clear to everybody how that's all budgeted. Any other questions on the budget before we go on to meeting dates?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Thomas, comment or question?
Yes.
Or did I already-
So I was wondering, could we possibly move the December meeting to November for this upcoming year? December just, I mean, I don't know what about everyone else. I'm assuming so, but December is literally my busiest month of the year. That's when, a lot of patients have met their deductibles and everybody wants to have their surgery. And then, for me personally, November is a much less busy month. So I don't know, what the other board members' feelings are. And then, for socially, and then, kids with exams, December is literally the worst month of the year for me personally. So I would, leave it open to the rest of the board members to weigh in on this, but just asking if we could consider maybe moving that December meeting to November instead.
Mary Payton, Dr. Horton, and Kim Sport all had their hands raised.
So I just wanted to mention, we should do a motion to accept the financial report and a vote on that. And then also, my understanding from Jacinta is that the December dates listed are not correct. It shouldn't be the 14th and 15th. It should be the 12th and 13th for 2022. Not necessarily pertinent for what Dr. Thomas said, but just so that you know, it should be the 12th and 13th.
Let's clean that other up. But Rita, can you give me a motion to accept the report or approve the budget?
I'd make the motion to accept the report and approve the budget.
Can I have a second? Thomas, all in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that's accepted. Now, on the matter of the report of the, is there any reason that we have to have a meeting in December as far as the end of the year or anything, Vincent?
First of all, you can meet anytime you want.
Good.
Historically, we do not do November because the end of November falls in the Thanksgiving holiday every year. There's just no way around that. So you would be having a meeting either right before or immediately after Thanksgiving, depending upon how it falls in the month. Now, we normally said we didn't want to meet in Christmas, so that's why we decided to drop the November meeting and have an earlier December meeting. Now, we could make that meeting go up instead of the second week in December, we could do it the first weekend in December, the first Monday in December.
Or how about start with the consideration of Dr. Thomas having it a little earlier in November?
Well, if you just have a meeting in September 26th, you want to have a meeting 3 weeks later?
Well, October the 26th, you mean?
October 24, 25, is a meeting, and then you're gonna have 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, you don't even have to meet November and December. You don't have to meet every month. You can meet every quarter. You can meet, but we do these meetings to make sure we expedite the disciplinary process.
Sure.
And all the other business. But again, it's been traditional that we don't have the November meeting because it would normally conflict with Thanksgiving. And we don't have a late December meeting because that would conflict with Christmas. That's why we pushed it up in December. We could do it the first weekend in December, or we can,
Dr. Thomas, would it be helpful to you to have one? And if we skip November, would it be helpful to you with your schedule and all to have it in the first week of December?
No.
Or is that really that helpful?
No, that's the
Board
worst.
is saying, no, that would not be helpful.
That's
for
the
me.
worst, she says. Does anybody have any real worry about Thanksgiving and possibly having it? When would be a date we could have it in November? That would, when is?
The 22nd and the
Thanksgiving
23rd.
next? When is Thanksgiving next year?
It's the last Thursday in November.
And that is what day, Kim?
I'm looking.
That's
That
gonna
would
be
be-
the 25th.
Could we have a meeting on the previous
It would be the
Monday,
29th.
29th.
I'm sorry, the 25th, correct.
25th?
24th.
The 24th.
What about
I'm
a
sorry,
meeting
24th?
on the Monday, 10 days prior to that? What date would that be?
The 14th.
And that when is your October meeting, Vincent, the 24th?
24th, so, we need to be 3 weeks. But if that's what you want to do, that's fine, but then you won't have a meeting until January. So that's why we kind of split the baby on this traditionally. But I mean, quite frankly, you don't have to have a November or a December meeting. It's your choice.
I understand, trying to work something out. Dr. Thomas, do you have a date that you would like to meet rather than December? We'll see if I can get a vote on that. Or
No, I
somebody can second it.
I certainly don't want to make anybody's lives any more difficult. I'm just maybe suggesting not December, but it's whatever works best for the board in general.
Of course, we know that. But I am sympathetic to your situation, and I'm sure everybody else is in December.
November 14th might work. I mean, 3 weeks, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so if you do that,
Investigations doesn't have a problem with that.
We can also make it November 28th. I mean, that's right after Thanksgiving and before December. If that's not an issue, I think that gives us full time for November. Plus, we can get a lot of stuff from December since it's short that month anyway.
We have Kim
Now,
Sport
would
and Dr.
anybody
Clark.
like to make a motion to change the December meeting next year to November the 28th? Is that a Monday?
it's a
That's a
Monday.
Monday. That's a Monday.
Anybody like to make that motion?
We have 2 hands raised at the moment, Kim Sport and
I
Dr.
think
Clark.
I think that people that celebrate Thanksgiving with others from out of town might have a problem with the Monday after Thanksgiving because that entire weekend is with,
We take that as a no.
That's
That's
a
not
no.
gonna work. Dr. Clark,
I'm just wanting to say I was going to support Dr. Thomas on moving the meeting. I don't have an issue. That's all. I just want to make a comment.
all right. Everybody wants to move it, but nobody knows where to move it. That's so.
What about that Tuesday, the Tuesday, the 29th? Is a possibility as well, just so that we didn't, we don't have too much time in between, but we still have that kind of midway point meeting, just keeping in mind the tight timeline for investigations and any licensing issues that may come up.
Kim, do you have a problem with the Tuesday, the 29th?
no, I really don't. I don't.
Okay.
Dr. O'Neill's got some.
Dr. O'Neill, you have a suggestion?
I have a suggestion, just a concern. 600-page agenda, not getting back into town until late Sunday, most Thanksgivings. I'm just pointing that out. So I would be worried about some of us being prepared for the meeting.
Would you be all right with the Tuesday, Dr. O'Neill?
Again, you're going to be doing a month's worth of activities. So it's going to be a 600+ page agenda. To read that whole thing, I don't know about other people, but it takes at least 2 days to go through that and have any feeling for. I'm just pointing out the obvious. I don't think there's I'm fine with it. I'll do whatever anybody else wants to do. I'm just pointing out some possibilities of problems.
What about the week of Thanksgiving, the Monday prior? to Thanksgiving.
That would be fine with me. I mean, unless,
That would be the November 21st.
Mhm.
That way nobody's really traveling yet. It's usually-
Anybody have any reason to think that's a good day? If they'll make a motion, we'll see if we can get a vote. That's the only way to get this finished. Rita,
I'd like
you want to
a
do the
motion.
21st?
Dr. Johnson, I'd like to make a motion for the 21st.
I'll second.
Rita seconds that.
Before I vote on that, I just want to.
Dr. Weather has his hand raised. Dr. Weather?
Dr.
Oh, yes,
Weather.
I'm sorry. Just, I think what's also pertinent would be that if we're able to, in essence, get our information earlier. So we're talking about this particular meeting, I think it was Friday. So I think it would be very helpful if we're able to get our information, for example, week in advance, as opposed to the weekend, which is what this meeting represents.
We'll make an effort to do that if we do this on the 21st for sure. What was your concern, Dr. Kalata?
Okay, if we do that, then you would not have a December meeting, is that correct?
That's correct.
So then you would not meet for 2 months, basically.
That's right. Just like we did this time.
Well, no, that's why we moved it into December, so that it would split the difference.
Yeah.
So you have 6 or 8 weeks, but you're gonna have a.
We're gonna have a late November meeting, and we may have to move the January meeting earlier if we have to in the following year.
Okay, well, let's do that right now. What are you talking about?
No.
But let me explain to you why it's the last month of the last day of the month. Because we moved it to the last Monday of the month to accommodate rules and hearings, okay? We've made the hearings easier, but the rule notifications have to be approved in such way that that's why we changed it. I don't care, but I just want to let you know that that's going to be a significant amount of time without a meeting. And it's okay with me, but I just want you to understand that the rules issue is always a problem in terms of the last.
Okay, well, let me just get this straight, Vincent. We wouldn't, as it stands now, we're not meeting in the month of November. We're not meeting between October and December. Don't we have the same issues there?
Not really, because.
Why?
Well, because for whatever reason, there's almost no hearings around Thanksgiving in the legislature. And
Okay.
if we had to have a hearing, okay, we don't, the legislature doesn't do that, okay, very much.
Mhm.
But again, all I need you to understand is we pick these days because to make sure we can expedite our rules process.
Okay, me was not aware of that.
Okay, I understand.
So, and I doubt if Dr. Thomas, were you aware of that as well?
no, I wasn't. And again, I was just making a suggestion. If we have to stick to December, then that's what we'll do.
It doesn't bother me.
But Vincent, you put a number of reasons why we should not move it. I mean, legitimate reasons.
And I just want you to know that.
We appreciate that. I'm thinking, y'all, is there anything falling in the room or anything?
Dr. Kalata, are you talking about administrative hearings or legislative hearings?
Okay, if there has to, because of there is a finite number of days from the time we file our final notice to have the legislative hearings. And we pick the issue around that because again, what it would do in terms of scheduling our hearings and stuff, it would delay them and delay implementation of rules. And that's why Phil suggested we do it this way. And we made those changes in 2018 to go toward the last day of the last weekend of the month, whenever possible, to accommodate the 35-day notification and possibly the review of the legislature that might occur. So again, I got no problem, but it was designed this way for a reason in terms of the rules. But the rules will just have to languish, that's all.
Well, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a meeting on November the 21st. We're gonna see how this works this coming year. If we see a fiasco homecoming, we may be able to change it even during that time. I don't know. But we're gonna pay deference to Dr. Thomas, my vice president. We're gonna do that, and we're not gonna have, as it stands now, unless I have to call an emergency meeting, we're not gonna have a meeting in December of next year. We're gonna have the meeting on 21st of November, and I hope that we have a quorum.
Mary Payton and Dr. Clark have their names raised.
I don't know, there shouldn't be any reasons for any comments. But if there are, I'm starting with Rod Clark.
I didn't even know my hand was up. I apologize. All right.
Good job, Mary.
I just wanted to
Please.
make sure that the motion clearly reflects that it's both, Dr. Clark has moved for the meeting to be November 21st and that there be no December meeting in 2022. Thanks.
Okay, and I have a second by Rita Horton. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I hear none. Therefore, that's it. Congratulations, Dr. Thomas. Let's move forward then with, let's see, regulatory report. That's Mary.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Turning to that regulatory report, does anybody have any questions about the prior rules that you've already voted on that are, they're listed on the under development section. They're first on the regulatory report. I've gone over those before, so I don't really feel like there's a need to go over them again, unless there's a question. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move on to the rules that are drafts for your consideration. That's on.
Wait, I had a quick question.
Sure.
So far, we've had the top, it's saying next to something, a report will be drafted for approval. So those are still in the process, haven't been presented yet for approval to the OLRC. Is that
Right.
That's correct?
Right. Those two first ones have been approved and they have not been yet presented to, no, they've been approved by the OLRC. They have not yet been presented in the Louisiana Register.
Right.
Those will be
Okay,
presented
and
next
so
to the
the-
Louisiana Register.
And so
And
the next
Dr.
two have not been presented to the OLRC. So my question is, how often are they still meeting quarterly? Are they meeting
They've
monthly
actually-
now? I'm just trying to think of the timeline as far as when we could expect this to go to the register and then come, back.
Right. So the OLRC has actually been meeting more regularly as of recently. And so they've got a meeting coming up in January. I'd expect these 020103 through 020106 to be on that January OLRC agenda.
Mary,
Yes, sir.
excuse me, with all due respect, remember that the law changed and we may be taking these rules outside of the OLRC to the Attorney General's office. And again, we just have to make that decision because this process changes January 1st. And so I think the rules that have gone through the first time at OLRC, we should go through the second time. But basically what we probably ought to do is just take the rules that don't need to go to OLRC, but can go one time to the Attorney General, which would expedite their processing. And I think that's what is going on. We're at a change of time in terms of the effectiveness of the law that was passed last year and the new process. Currently, the OLRC gets to see them twice, once before a hearing and after a hearing, and then it can go on to the next process. Under the new process that the state designed that we participate in, it'll only have to go one time to the Attorney General, and then it won't have to go to OLRC twice. So again, I think that's what you're seeing is why you see what you see in these 2.0103, 04, 05. Dr. Valentine, is that we're kind of waiting to see if this is going to be fired up like we like it to be. And I know that maybe Ms. Wilton can comment if it's going to be operational January 1st or not.
Right. I think that was the issue, is whether it'll be in operation yet.
So the Attorney General's office has been working on their process and procedure for the new program. I spoke with Emily Andrews, who is the Deputy Director over boards and commissions. She indicated that she's still in the process of finding the candidate that she wants to hire to actually perform the work of the review. She's also tweaking the rules and procedures. We have previously met to finalize those. But I'm sure from the news and legislative reports and so forth, you've seen that the Attorney General and his staff have been essentially subsumed completely into the COVID and abortion causes and issues. And she candidly admitted that she hasn't been able to give this the complete attention that she had hoped. So it won't be the case that on 8 a.m. January 1, we can march over there with a stack of rules. But shortly after the first of the year, that program will be in place and be able to be utilized.
That answer your question, Dr. Valentine?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate
All
that
right.
information.
Thank you, ma'am. All
Okay,
right, Mary.
Continuing, moving on to under proposed rule 02.02.01. This is something that you guys saw last month, and Dr. Valentine, Dr. Clark, and Dr. O'Neill all wanted to take a second look at it and have us revise some things. Dr. Cresswell and I did meet with Dr. O'Neill, and we were able to draft some revisions that satisfied his concerns. We had the best of intentions of meeting also with Dr. Valentine and Dr. Clark, but we pretty much ran out of time to do that and didn't even get a chance to contact them about that. Hopefully this revision may meet their concerns as well, but we wanted to bring it back to the board to find that out. So just as an explanation, to be more transparent to the licensees so that the licensees have notice of the requirements for a reinstatement application. We are hoping that this revision will meet with your approval. The current rule states that the board may require applicants to take a challenge exam. And in effect, that means that each time we have somebody who's going to be reinstated, there would have to be a board order for the challenge exam to take place. Instead, what the DOI, the executive director, and the director of licensure all agreed upon was the idea that the rule could simply specify that such an exam is required. And with Dr. O'Neill and our discussions with him, Dr. Cresswell and I changed it just slightly to be that an exam would be required within the last 10, if they have not taken an exam within the last 10 years of this reinstatement application, or if they're not able to show proof of their maintenance of board certification by the ABMS or AOA. Additionally, the amendments do a couple of other smaller things. It makes it clear that the reapplication for reinstatement is not, I'm sorry, the reapplication, if you're not able to reinstate, is not an initial or an original application, but is a reapplication where you have to meet all of the original requirements. That's in the situation where they've waited more than 4 years to reinstate, and they're not eligible for reinstatement at that point. They really have to go back to the beginning. And so we wanted to make it clear that that it was not going to be an original or initial application. And the reason we're making that clear is some of the practitioners have falsely interpreted that particular type of application to mean that they're not reportable to the NPDB if that application fails. And indeed they are at that point. This is not an initial or original application. And so that language will clarify that particular point. Finally,
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions on that? You okay with that?
We are. What does the board want to do with it?
Do you need a motion on that, Mary, or?
Yes, I do.
Did enough folks talk to you about it, or Rod
No, we need a motion.
Would you tell us what the motion needs to state, Mary?
Sure, just a motion to approve the revised reinstatement of expired license rule.
All right, did you make that motion, Rita?
Yes, sir.
Rita,
Second,
Dr.
Thomas.
Hort makes a motion. Can I have a second?
Thomas,
Dr. Thomas, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes.
Great.
Can
Thank
you,
you so much.
Mary?
Yes, I have one more section. Well, two more sections. There's 02.03.00, just to update you that we're continuing to work on the rule topics that have been approved by the board. And then under 02.04.01, we have a new rule topic to be approved by the board. And it actually contains also the revision to the rule, so that may move forward expeditiously. Basically, there's a series of administrative rules under Chapter 111. It was promulgated in 1996. It applies to investigations, discipline, and adjudication of clinical lab personnel. The rules are out of date and do not comport with the current due process safeguards for our licensees. And they have not been used because the committee deferred to the board's rules on complaints and adjudications of CLPs. Specifically in June 2007, the CLP committee voted to recommend repealing these rules and having the board to continue to handle the complaints, investigations, and discipline of CLP licensees under the regular Chapter 97 and Chapter 99. And so I'm not clear on why exactly the rule repeal was never accomplished, but that's what I'm bringing before you today. If you look at, sorry, it's page, starting on page, I believe 92.
Page 90. And this is,
And on page 92, it has the start of the repeal of the rule. And basically it just goes through and repeals all of it. That
Do you need
entire
a
chapter.
motion on that? Do you need a motion on that, Mary?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I have a motion on,
Just to
Dr. Clark first, I'm sorry.
I have a question, Dr. Johnson. I don't know if it's a good question or not, but I think I'd have to ask it in executive session on this issue. I don't know if I.
Can we, then we need a motion, Mary, to address an issue by Dr. Clark concerning this matter in executive session.
Or attorney advice, sure.
Can I ask?
Cresswell has his hand raised.
I just have a simple
Let me
question.
finish.
So I'd like
Can
to
I
make
have a motion for Dr. Clark to be able to bring this up in executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to that effect.
Dr. Clark, it's for,
Second, Dr. Horton, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Then we can do this for you, Rod. That'll be fine. Was there another question?
Thank you. No, there's
Dr.
none.
Creswell had a comment, I believe.
The only question I was going to ask is whether or not, I know that this amendment here is repealing the administrative rules, but would there also need to be a change in the law in order to essentially negate what's required under law? Even if we repeal the rules, the law still has significant requirements.
Mary, respond, please.
we would just do one step at a time, Dr. Cresswell, but I believe at this point that this is appropriate.
All right,
If
then
the
I'll
other,
accept
if
the-
needed, we'll do that.
And I'll accept a motion on this. If you would state exactly what the motion needs to contain, Mary.
Sure, it's a motion. It's a motion to repeal Chapter 111, but I think what we ought to do is take care of Dr. Clark's questions for advice of counsel in executive session first.
Very good. Does that conclude your report at this moment until
Yes,
we
it
get
does,
to
sir.
executive session?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. We will now take a 5-minute break. And we'll come back for executive session. It's 10:02. I'll see you at 10:07.
Just a heads up for those that are coming back in, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Alan, just FYI, your mic is unmuted.
Yep, I was trying to let other people know to unmute theirs as they came back in, but
Okay. Okay, Alan, are there any comments from the public or questions from the public on the meeting so far?
no, sir, not at this time.
Very good. Vincent, call the roll again, please. Let's see if everybody's back.
Okay, Dr. Weather,
Here.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Here.
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Here.
Ms. Ford. Ms. Ford.
Here. I'm
Dr.
here.
Valentine,
Here.
Dr. O'Neill.
Here.
Dr. Taylor.
Here.
Okay.
Okay, then Alex, I think we're in situation, we finished the regulatory reports. We're now at the executive session.
Your motion to go into
I need a motion from Dr. Horton, has a motion for us to enter executive session. Can I have a second?
Sport seconds.
Dr. Thomas, seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Then, Alan, if you would, make all the necessary arrangements for us to go into executive session. Let me know when you get us into that room. Did you hear me, Alan?
Yes, sir. I'm making it now. We should be going live. It's okay, Dr. Johnson. We're back in in public session. Dr. Johnson, you all are muted over there. There we go. There we go.
I'll accept a motion to accept the minutes of the executive session. Dr. Horton, can I have a second?
O'Neill.
O'Neill seconds. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we accept the minutes. And now, Alan, if there are not any comments from the public, we'll go back into executive session. If you'll move us back into that room, please.
We'll need a motion.
I'll need a motion.
Yeah, that's what
Dr. Horton was making one as I was trying to move us. Dr. O'Neill seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we're back in executive.
Hello?
Hey there, Dr. O'Neill.
All right, Dr. Johnson, we're back. All right, Dr. Johnson, y'all are muted over there, Dr. Collado.
Just quickly back into public session. Have there been any questions from the public or comments?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. First, we'll take up the licensure issues on the matter of 6.0001. Dr. Collada, in the passage of this, I need a motion to either accept or deny the request.
I would like to make a motion to deny the request.
I have a deny for on the table for 01. Do I have a second? Can I have a second, please, to deny 01?
Second, O'Neill.
O'Neill? Mary, may I do this by, should I do this by roll call or by oral vote?
It can be by the way that you've been doing it, where it's a group vote, but if you would prefer, you can also do roll call.
Okay, let's see if there's any, we'll see. All in favor of denial of 01?
Aye.
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 Is anybody opposed to denial of 01? There being none, Vincent, then that is denied on license. On the matter of 02, can I have a motion for acceptance or denial?
I make a motion for denial.
I have a motion for denial of 02. Can I have a second for that?
O'Neill.
I'm sorry. was that
O'Neill, second.
O'Neill
O'Neill.
again, a second. Okay, everybody in favor of denial of 02, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Is anybody opposed to denial in the matter of 02?
I do. I was trying to come off of mute for the first one as well as a denial.
Okay, so we better do a roll call on 02, Vincent, if you would.
And also recorded for 01 for me as a denial as well, please.
Do a roll call vote. You'd have to go back and do a roll call.
It was unanimous with her as a denial on 101. But it's not going to be, it's not going to be unanimous on 02.
Okay.
No,
call
she's
the
saying
roll
she
on
would
that
have
too.
voted against the first motion as well.
So
Right.
she had one objection. It would have passed 8-1. But if you want to have a roll call vote, we can have a roll call vote.
Now I was a denial on 1. I'm a denial. I'm sorry. I'm voting no on 1 and no on 2.
In that case, sir, it'd probably be just best to do the roll call.
Let's do a roll
I
call.
believe, let me just quickly, Dr. Valentine, did you vote denial of the motion or denial of the request on 1?
Apologies, Dr. Johnson. I was voting against the motion.
Yes, let's call the roll.
Okay.
It won't be unanimous on
I
either.
understand. Okay. On the matter as moved to deny on 06, 00, 00, 01. Dr. Weather. Dr. Weather,
I'm mute. Yes.
okay? Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
No. I'm changing my vote.
let's see, Ms. Sport,
No.
Dr. Valentine.
Wait. Ms. Sport, are you voting for the motion or against the motion? The motion is to deny,
I'm voting against the motion.
to deny.
Correct. I want her to be licensed.
Fine with me. Dr. Valentine,
No.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
The ayes have it, it passes. On the matter 060002, motion to deny the request. Dr. Johnson, excuse me, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Ford,
No.
Dr. Valentine,
No.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
the ayes have it.
On the matter of 60003, can I have a motion to accept or deny the request?
I make a motion to deny the request.
Second, Clark.
Do I have a second on the motion?
Dr. Clark second.
Dr. Clark seconded the motion to deny the request. Call the roll, Vincent.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
No.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
the ayes have it, it passes.
In the matter of 60004, can I have a motion to accept or deny the request for licensure?
I'd like to make a motion to accept approve the request for licensure.
Do I hear a second to approve the licensure of 04?
Second, Valentine.
Valentine seconds. Call the roll, Vincent.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
the ayes have it, it passes.
In the matter of 60006, as it,
Yes,
uh,
6 will be next.
I thought we were doing five.
well,
Well,
we.
It's in the wrong order.
It's a wrong order. I'm not gonna mention, but if you'll look very carefully at 60006. Can I have a motion to accept or deny the request?
Okay, this is-
Move to deny Valentine.
Yeah. Dr. Valentine moves a denial.
Second, Clark.
Second, Clark, for denial of the
Okay,
request. Call the roll, Vincent.
okay, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
The last one in this group, 60005. May I have a motion to accept or deny the request?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the request.
Accept the request. Do I have a
Second, Valentine.
Could we make that a motion to approve it?
That is,
Yes.
they accept the request.
To approve the request.
Thank you.
Valentine seconds. If you would call the roll, Vincent.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
The ayes have it. It passed.
Thank you very much. Now, Mary, we're going back to the first portion of the attorney advice section.
Right.
Has to do with we'll need a motion to vote on the
Actually,
open meeting.
I think the first,
It is 40101.
did you want to do the litigation report, sir? To accept the litigation report?
I'm working my way back toward that.
Okay, all right, my bad, all right.
I'd
So,
like to make a motion to approve the proposed new law regarding teleconferencing 040101.
Second, O'Neill.
Let's do a voice vote on this one. Is that sufficient, Mary, for your needs?
yes,
Okay. You want to do?
All in favor?
if
All in
everyone could
favor?
respond.
We'll see if there's any. All in favor of this of this motion by Dr. Horton, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? This passes unanimously, Dr. Collada. Now, moving on, Mary, to 040105, NPDB response. We need a motion to accept your recommendation on that.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the response letter and including to release the documentation.
Can I have a second?
Sport seconds.
All in favor of the motion by Dr. Horton of the letter and document response as proposed by council? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? There being none, this passes, Dr. Collada. Now, I believe that is the votes that we needed to take on this particular section. I'm just working backward, Vincent, but I appreciate your help. Mary needs us to have a vote to accept the litigation report. Can I have a motion?
So moved, O'Neill.
That's Dr.
Second,
O'Neill.
Valentine.
Second, Valentine. All in favor of accepting the litigation report as it was, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There being none. Mary, Ms. Wilton, are there anything else? Is there any other matter that we need to vote upon as decided at this point?
I believe there's a motion to approve the revisions as stated in the agenda for the CLP Chapter 111.
Let's see, I'm lost. Where is that, Mary?
It's under the regulatory report, sir.
Oh, we added it on.
Right.
We sure did. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So move, Clark.
Dr.
Second,
Clark,
Sport.
that was his thing. Okay, and Ms. Ford seconds. Mary, do you have the wording, the correct wording from Rod on that?
I believe so. Motion to approve the CLP Chapter 111 repeal revision.
Perfect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There being none, that passes as well. We are in public session. Is there anything, Alan, any questions or comments from the public thus far?
No, sir, not at this time.
It is 12:20. We'll reconvene at 10 minutes till 1. 30 minutes for lunch. You folks have salads awaiting you. Did you get your burger? No, I'm having a Diet Coke. Thank you. I didn't order. stuff now. Down to
Alan, can you hear us?
Alan's muted.
Alan's muted. He takes care of me, but I can't unmute him.
Lee Stevens, who was the,
Psychiatrist.
yes, he was the president of State Mental Society,
I knew Lee well. What happened?
and he moved to Florida. He has stage 4 lung cancer.
Oh, my goodness.
Y'all are unmuted.
That's okay. Thank you.
The healthy runner.
Yeah, I know. Very healthy guy. I'm so sad to hear that's it here. His wife was just such a sweet, sweet
She
lady.
is wonderful.
Alan, are you back with us?
In my private practice, Eugene used to do my filling in room office. And back when,
Come in, Alan.
back when all my hair was
Give him a
done.
call.
Is he still muted?
I don't know. Call him.
He is. He's muted.
Yeah. You ready to crank up? You ready? Yeah. Okay.
What is our January meeting, Ms. Rita?
22nd, I believe.
22nd.
DocuSign is across the board.
The state, it's approved by the
Yeah,
state.
man.
Alan, are you back with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Thank you so much. We are in a public session, I believe. Where
Yes, we
left. Vincent, would you please call the roll and see if everybody's made it back from lunch? Then we'll-
Dr. Weather,
Here.
Dr. Johnson,
Here,
Dr. Horton,
Here,
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Here.
Ms. Kim, sport.
see her up there.
there.
I see you where you're muted.
Okay, here.
Dr. Valentine,
Here.
thank you, ma'am. Dr. O'Neill,
Here.
Dr. Taylor.
Here.
All right, you have a quorum present.
Very good. Alan, anything any questions or comments from the public?
No, sir, not at this time.
All right, then I'll accept a motion to enter executive session.
So moved.
Dr. Horton, can I have a second? Ms. Ford?
Other second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? There being none. Alan, would you move us into the executive session room?
All right, here we go. All right, Dr. Johnson, we're good. Dr. Kalata, y'all could unmute, please.
70301, can I have a motion to ratify the interim action?
Motion to ratify the interim action on 070301.
Dr. Horton, can I have a second, please?
Clark second.
Clark seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Ayes have it. That is ratified, and that's all you need, Dr. Creswell.
Yes, sir.
In the matter of 70302, can I have a motion to ratify the interim action?
So move Valentine.
Valentine so moves. Horton seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? There being none opposed, then this is ratified as well. Now we're moving on to 70401 to commence a formal investigation. Can I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Horton moves.
Valentine second.
Valentine seconds. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? None. Formal, that's what you need there, Larry. That's done. 70402. To commence a formal investigation. Can I have a motion, please? Horton. A
Thomas.
second, please.
Thomas.
Thomas seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, this is passed as well. 70403 to initiate a preliminary review. Can I have a motion? Horton, can I have a second?
Thomas.
Thomas, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That passes. Now, on the matter of 70404 to extend preliminary, I suppose this should be reviews. 167. Can I have a motion to extend the preliminary reviews? Asked for.
So moved.
So moved. Horton.
Thomas.
Thomas seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, you can extend these reviews. Now, moving on, okay. I'll need a motion now to go back into executive session.
Move to go back to executive session.
Horton.
Second.
Can I have a second? Valentine out there somewhere?
Clark
I'm here. Second.
He's seconding. Okay. That was fun. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, if you would, Alan, move us into executive session.
Thank you, James. All right, Dr. Johnson, we're back. Dr. Kalata, if you would unmute yourself on that end.
Sorry, I missed that. Go ahead.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, so Larry, I'm gonna go in reverse order since there'll be a little bit pressure in our mind.
Yes, sir.
70507. Can I have a motion to accept the terms of the consent order proposed?
I move that we accept the
Horton.
interim consent order.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That one is concluded, Dr. Creswell. In the matter of 70506, what are the wishes of the board on this consent order?
I'd like to make a motion to deny the consent order.
Deny. We have a motion.
Second,
to
Valentine.
deny. Do I have a second?
Second, Valentine.
Valentine seconds. Do I have, okay, so all in favor of denying the consent order on 06, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? There being no nays, this order is denied. In the matter of 70505, what is the wishes of the board on this consent order?
I would like to make a motion that we accept the consent order.
We have a motion for consent. Do we have a second? Do we have a second on 05.05?
Second, Clark.
Second, Clark. All in favor on 05, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
Nay.
No.
Who was a nay?
O'Neill.
Taylor.
O'Neill.
Taylor.
The yays carry it.
Sport is an A also. I'm sorry, I was muted.
I'll tell you what, I'm having trouble with my hearing maybe on this. I'd only heard one, I thought. Let's call the roll on 05, whether or not to, on this consent order.
On the matter of the 05 consent order, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson, Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
No.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
No.
Dr. Taylor.
No.
I'm sorry, Dr. Taylor, I couldn't hear you.
No.
Thank you, sir. The ayes have it.
Ayes have it. Okay, that, you have that, Larry, that the ayes have it on 05.
Yes,
So moving on to 04 now. Can I have a motion in favor of a consent order for 04? Or what are the wishes?
I will move to deny the consent order.
We have a motion to deny. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Okay. On the matter of 04, to deny this proposed consent order. All in favor of denial, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody against denying the consent order? So unanimous. That one is denied as well, Dr. Creswell. In the matter of 70503, can I have a motion, or what are the wishes of the board on the consent order to accept or deny?
I make a motion that we accept the consent.
We have a motion to
Second.
accept. Do I
Second,
have a
O'Neill.
second?
Second O'Neill.
Second O'Neill. All in favor of accepting this consent order on 03, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? There being none, this passes as well. In the matter of 70502, consent order, what are the wishes of the board?
I would like to make a motion for acceptance of the consent order.
Have a motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Sport.
Sport seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any negatives? There being none, this consent order is accepted. In the matter of 70501, what are the wishes of the board on this consent order?
Sport moves to approve.
Sport to approve, Sport in seconds. All in favor of approval of the consent order in 01?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. It carries. That concludes the consent orders. Can you get us back in? I need a motion to go back into executive session.
Thomas.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Okay. Put us back in if you would, Alan.
Okay, James. Mr. Coolman.
Sorry.
No problem. All right, Dr. Johnson. Dr. Kalata, I need you to unmute again, please.
Any comments from the public, Alan?
No, sir, not at this time.
All right, in the matter of 707.46, can I have a motion to close that case?
So moved, Horton.
Horton moves. Can I have a second?
Weather second.
Weather seconds. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Unanimous? Done. In the matter of 707.38, what are the wishes of the board to close this case?
Clark, motion to close.
I have a motion to close from Dr. Clark. Do I have a second?
Second O'Neill.
Second, Dr. Horton. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No opposition. That one's closed as well, Dr. Cresswell.
Okay.
Now, going over to uh, 70705. Can I have a motion to close 70705?
So moved, Clark.
Wishes of the board.
Second, Valentine.
Who made the motion?
Clark.
Clark.
Clark, Valentine seconds. All in favor? Closing 05.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Sport.
Board is opposed on 05.
O'Neill,
This
opposed.
carries.
Yeah, mine, Les, O'Neill. Opposed.
There's two opposed. Let's have that vote again. Can you call the roll for me, Mary, on 70705?
Sure. So this is on a motion to close.
Vincent just stepped out, so I need you to call the roll.
That's fine. That's fine. Ms. Sport,
No.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
No.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. Valentine?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, gotta go to the next page. Dr. Thomas
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Okay, and Dr. Batson, I believe he's absent. Okay, you have 6 yays and 2 nos.
You
It passes.
didn't call on me, Horton.
I'm sorry, Dr. Horton, I missed you. I apologize.
I'm a yes.
You're a yes. Okay, there we go. All right, so it does carry.
Thank you. All right, on seven oh seven oh two, can I have a motion to close it?
So move, Clark. Second.
Clark moves to close it. Good. And Horton seconds. So everybody in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. So that one carries. Okay. Dr. Thomas, will you call come to a decision on 707.2 for me, please? I'm gonna leave, I'm recusing myself on that one. I'll be right back when you finish it. Dr. Thomas, please.
Certainly, yes. So I need a motion on this particular matter.
If it was 07.07.20.
Yes, that's
Motion.
correct.
Clark, motion to approve.
Second?
That's approving closure?
Yes.
Thank you. And second?
Horton,
All the yays?
Aye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any nays? Thank you. The motion passes.
How do we let Dr. Dr. Horton, could you let Dr. Johnson know?
hey, Dr. Johnson, we're done. Dr. Johnson? We're done. I found him, he was on the beach. You know where I was.
All right.
Coming, didn't he? Oh, that was you?
That was me.
Oops. I take it
I
back.
promise she's not in the back.
That was Dr. Colada. I'll find it.
Dr. Valentine has her hand raised.
And Dr. Johnson's not back yet.
No worries. I'll wait to make the motion when we come to it. Thank you.
He's really coming.
Okay. Oh, we're still, all right. We're still in open session. I believe Dr. Valentine has a question. Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna make the motion when we came to the case. So that's fine. We can just continue, and when we get to the case, I'll just make the motion.
Okay. Was that the case that I was recused on?
46 is the case number.
Oh, okay.
We voted on
Let's
46.
I think we can take some of these in order here. And we, of course, already decided on some of them that were questioned. Yeah, the ones we've already voted on. Let's, we have one letter of concern in here, and 70601. Can I have a motion to Let's see, 70601, right, a letter of concern. Can I have a motion? What is the wishes of the board vis-a-vis the letter of concern?
Motion to approve by sport regarding the letter of concern.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Second, Horton. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? None, then that passes.
Mary
Now,
Payton has her
oh,
hand raised.
Ms. Payton. Ms. Payton.
Ms.
Mary
Payton,
Payton.
I just wanted to let you know the numbers that I had left that we haven't voted on. So in case you needed to,
I've got them right here. I think.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna take them in order, and I'm gonna just do a few at a time. In a matter of, and I'm gonna try to do more than one since there haven't been no questions about this unless someone has is there a problem with that, Mary?
no, that's no problem.
All right. In the matter of 70701, 70703, 70704, 70706. Can I have a motion to close, or what are the wishes of the board on those cases for closure?
I would move for closure.
Those
to accept
cases.
the-
Of those
Sport
cases?
seconds.
And there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Those are closed, Dr. Creswell. Now I'm on 70707, 70708, 70709, 70710, 70711, and 70712. Look at those and see what are the wishes of the board on the closure of those cases.
I would move to approve closure.
Sport moves to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Valentine seconds.
Valentine seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? There being none, Dr. Creswell, those cases are closed. In the matter of 70713, 70714, 70715, 70716, 70717, 70718, 70719. Take a look at those. What are
Sport
the
moves,
wishes of the board?
sport moves to recommend closure.
Second, Clark.
Clark seconds, Sport makes the motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Those pass as well for closure, Dr. Creswell. Moving on to 70721, 70722, 70723, 70724, 70725, 70726, 70727, 70728, and 70729. What are the wishes of the board on closure of these cases?
Move to approve closing those cases.
That's Valentine.
Yes.
Second, Thomas.
Dr. Weathers seconds. All in favor for closure, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
Sport is opposed to 26 and 27.
O'Neill's recluse from 29.
That's correct. O'Neill, did you get that, Mary? 29, O'Neill
Yes.
recused. Sport votes against closure of, would you give me those numbers again, Kim?
26 and 27.
26 and 27. However, it carries for closure, those two as well. Moving on to 70730, 70731, 70732, 70733, 70734, 70735, 70736, and 70737. What are the wishes of the board on the closure of these cases?
Move closure, O'Neill.
O'Neill moves for closure. Do I have a second?
Sports seconds.
Sports seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. They're closed, Dr. Creswell.
Thank you.
Moving on to 70739. 70740, 70741, 70742, 70743, 70744, and 70745. What are the wishes of the board on those cases?
Motion to approve. Clark.
Clark moves to approve.
Second, O'Neill.
Second, O'Neill. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Being none, Dr. Creswell, those cases are closed as well. The previous case, 70746, we already voted on. Now, 708 is the malpractice report. Would you please give us that, Dr. Creswell?
Yes, sir. So this month, I did.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Wait.
We're in public session.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Where am I? I am in open session. If you
Yep.
would,
Motion to go back into executive session, sir. Clark.
Second,
Laura.
Valentine.
oh, it's a wonderful
I have a
second.
question.
Wait a minute. We have a question.
Did we approve 070705?
Oh, we voted on it. Mary, did we take a vote on 70705?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kim
Ford
has her hand raised.
Now, we are in regular session. We
Kim-
need to go into.
Kim Sport has her hand raised, Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Sport.
Thank you. I'd like to change my vote on 46. And
On 70746. Okay. What did, I don't remember what you voted, Kim.
I voted, it was okay to close, but I don't know how we can ignore.
Whoa,
Wait,
public session.
Wait, we're still in,
No,
open
we're in
session
executive
right
session,
now.
aren't we?
We're in
We
public.
won't-
No.
we
We're
won't
public.
discuss it.
No, we're in
But
public session.
Can we
We're
go
in
back
public
to
session.
executive?
At the point of.
Just hold us, just 1 second. We're in public session as we speak. We have a person who wants to change a vote that was done in public session. That's perfectly okay, I would think. Mary? Ms. Sport would like to change her vote in 707.46 to not close the case. Is that right, Ms. Sport?
Correct.
Correct. That still leaves that as a closed case unless we want to
Well,
Does anybody else want to, it was unanimous when it was done. Is there
Yes.
anybody else that would like to change their vote?
Dr. Johnson.
Valentine?
Yes, so would it be possible for us to discuss that one a little more in executive session? I have a question about it that I'm
Sure.
certain I can't ask in public.
Could we do a
Right.
motion? Could we do a motion for reconsideration first, vote on that and vote to go back into executive session after that?
Sure. Can I have, I think Kim would like to have a vote on reconsideration along with Dr. Valentine as the second. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right, all in favor of reconsideration in executive session, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, so we can reconsider that in executive session. Rita, did you make a motion to move into
I did.
executive? Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Get us back in if you would, Alan.
Okay, here we go.
All right, James, take your placard. There you go. Thank you, bud. Sorry, Mary, I was quick on the trigger. Okay, Dr. Johnson, we're back in open session. Need you to unmute Dr. Collada.
Got me, Vincent. In the matter of 70746, what are the wishes of the board vis-a-vis the closure of this case? May I have a
I
motion?
move that we recommend a letter of concern.
Do I have
Weather
a
second.
second?
Weather
That's
second.
Dr. Weather. We have a motion, a second, to proceed to a letter of concern for 70746. Let's call the roll on this.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Come back to me if you would.
okay, Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Brock Batson, Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Just a point of order. What exactly is the motion? Again, please?
To close with a letter of concern.
Okay, and we're not gonna ask anything other than that. Okay, so it is to close the case.
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes to close it.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. Dr.
This
Valentine.
is closing with a letter of concern, correct?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
It's the
Yes,
case, letter of concern.
yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Upon further consideration, I need to recuse.
Dr. Johnson.
For further consideration, I'm going to recuse from this case.
It's fine. Yeas have
Mary,
it.
would you recuse me from 70746, please?
Yes, I've got you and Dr. Taylor recused.
Okay. We now need, that concludes the closed cases. I now need a motion to go back into the closed session, please. Dr. Horton, can I have a second?
Second,
That's Dr. Valentine. All in favor, aye. Aye.
aye.
Opposed? Nay, we're in, if you would, please put us back in executive session.
Okay. Mr. Coolman. Thank you, sir. All right, Dr. Johnson, we're back in executive session. Need to unmute yourself over there.
We're in public session.
I mean, public session, I'm sorry. Yeah,
We're
need to, public session. Yes, sir. We need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can I have a motion to accept the malpractice report? Dr. Horton, can I have a second?
Clark, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Dr. Creswell, your malpractice report is accepted. We have an issue of 70901 to vis-a-vis the unauthorized practice of medicine. What are the wishes of the board as to further adjudication to prevent this from happening?
I would like to make a motion to pursue injunction in that matter.
We have a motion to pursue an injunction. Dr. Creswell, do I have a second?
Second, Weather.
Weather seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes. Dr. Creswell, that's all you need from us on that matter? Dr. Creswell?
Yes, sir. That's all I need.
Very good. Now, on the closed cases, we have termination of probation routine. We have the case of 901. Excuse me.
Do you want approval of those closed case summaries?
Yes, yes. Mary, I want approval of the closed case summaries on 80101. Do I need a motion on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So move
Approve those.
Valentine.
Second Sport.
Second Sport. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? It passes, Dr. Creswell. Now moving on to the probation routine, 90101. What are the wishes of the board on termination of this probation?
Move to approve
Second.
Valentine.
Second, Clark.
Valentine moves to approve. Clark seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. That termination of probation is okay, Dr. Creswell.
Yes, sir.
Now, 90102. What are the wishes of the board on that probation?
Motion to deny Sport.
Sport denies, seconded by Horton. All in favor of a denial, say aye. Aye. Anybody against that? None. It's denied. 90103. What are the wishes of the board on this probation termination?
Move to approve Valentine.
Second
Valentine
Sport.
moves to approve, seconded by Sport. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. It passes. Now, on request from probationers on general disciplinary probations, the 9.02 group, 9.0201. Wishes of the board.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the request.
Horton to deny. Do I have a second?
Sport seconds.
Second. All in favor of denial of 01, say aye.
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 Anybody, any nays? None. It is denied. 02, wishes of the board.
Move to approve Valentine.
Valentine moves to approve. Do I have a second?
Thomas.
Second on- Yeah, go ahead.
Weather,
Thomas.
everybody, everybody that approves, say aye.
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 Any nays?
Sports and A.
No nay. Sport is a nay on 0202. But it does pass. 0203. Wishes of the board. 0203.
Approve Valentine.
Second sport.
Second, Valentine, Dr. Horton made the original motion
Okay.
to approve. Everybody that's in approval, say aye.
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 Anybody disapproving? None. It passes. 0204. Wishes of the board.
Move to approve.
This is
Valentine.
090204.
Yes.
Thank you.
Valentine to approve 0204. Do I have a second?
Thomas.
Thomas. Everybody, let's see, 0204. All wish to approve, say aye. Aye. Anybody disapprove? No nays, it passes. I probably need I'm sure I do need a motion to accept the inactive licenses report of any of those folks. I believe we had one that was in a situation. Is that correct, Larry? Just so I know exactly what we're doing here.
Yes, sir.
Can I have a motion to accept that report?
Sport moves for acceptance.
Sport moves. Horton seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Disapproving, nay. None. Now, in the last, on the resolution for recusal of the board and the DOI on interim identification number 2021B. Can I have a motion for the resolution that you have before you?
Move Valentine.
Valentine moves in support of the resolution. Horton seconds. All in favor of the resolution, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All in, any in, say no. No. I mean, anybody that says, anybody against the resolution, there being none, it passes. Okay. We are now in
Public session.
public session. There would be no reason to go back into the other session, would there be?
Not that I know of.
We finished all matters. Okay. Anything else?
Merry Christmas. And a happy-
I would accept for Merry Christmas and adjournment. That's Dr. Clark, I believe, that made the resolution.
Yes.
Sport seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Merry Christmas.